Ladies and gentlemen, may I ask that we remain standing for the singing of the national anthem. Esteemed colleagues, before we start this momentous moment, I really want to say, doesn't they look absolutely stunning on this stage? And for those of us who love this place dearly, it gives us goosebumps, absolutely goosebumps. Dr. Dan Musia, our Chairperson of Council, Professor Puleng Lenkabula, Unisa Principal and Vice Chancellor, honourable members of Council, members of extended management, esteemed academics and professional staff, staff members at our regional offices, and I need to say this, and I promised them, Prof. Puleng, that I will say that. Some of them can't be here because they're serving our students this morning, including our Ethiopia Learning Center, our Science Campus, and the SPL. Our dear students, alumni, partners, our broader Unisa community, joining us across the country, the continent, and globally through live streaming. Distinguished guests, good morning. Oh, no, let's try it again. Good morning. Sounds much better. We also acknowledge Unisa Radio, who are broadcasting this ceremony live, and the Unisa Clinic, stationed at the 3rd floor in this building and offering medical support during today's proceedings. It is my honor and privilege to welcome you to the official opening of the 2026 academic year at the University of South Africa, the University of the Land. My name is Leona Joubert, and I will serve as Program Director today with my esteemed colleague, Professor Mampilo Vatlani, and our wonderful sign language interpreters, Eula Dunstan and Jonathan Kebe. It is a privilege to co-direct this significant moment in our academic calendar. This ceremony takes place in a historic year of our institution, a year in which we acknowledge and celebrate the second-term appointment of our Principal and Vice Chancellor, Professor Puleng Lenkabula. We congratulate her on this renewal, which affirms her visionary leadership and steadfast commitment to shaping futures in the service of humanity. You know, in Africa, when there's good news and we celebrate, and we do so in the true African spirit, with pride and confidence and with hope of the future. I'm actually now waiting for the utilization, please. Love it, absolutely love it. Our theme for this year opening, Reclaiming Africa's Intellectual Futures in the next 150 years and beyond. Colleagues, us to think, or challenge us to think expansively, courageously, and intentionally about the role of Unisa in advancing knowledge that is rooted in Africa, responsive to society, and globally impactful. As we begin this academic year, let us collectively reaffirm our commitment to excellence, innovation, transformation, and service. Together, we will propel Unisa to even greater heights. Before we proceed further, we pause to center ourselves, to give thanks, and to acknowledge the spiritual and intellectual foundations upon which this institution stands. I would like to invite Dr. Ahmed, Senior Lecturer in the Department of Religious Studies and Arabic, College of Human Sciences, to deliver the first meditation.
Good morning, everyone, and greetings of peace and blessings to the Vice-Chancellor, the Principal, all deans, academics, everyone else associated with Unisa, and all those who are following on different platforms. At last year's opening, I recall reflecting on two important points, and that was unity and excellence in everything we do. We need to be united as academics and people associated with Unisa, as well as strive for excellence. However, in this year, in 2026, I wish to focus on something else, and I want us all to reflect on something, that is the acquisition and transmission of knowledge is not a merely mechanical exercise and a mere transfer of information from one source to the other. Now this is very, very important and very significant in the age we are living in, the age of AI, where a simple prompt to a chatbot generates a detailed response. Now why am I saying this? Because in various religious traditions, we find that the acquisition and transmission of knowledge is sacred, and it's even considered an act of worship, because it is meant to transform the individual. The knowledge that we receive is meant to transform us. And each one of us, we go back to our communities and transform our communities and transform our societies. And in doing so, we have informed and transformed communities and informed societies. So in this regard, I'm reminded about a very important supplication within the Islamic tradition, that both a young student, a beginner, as well as a seasoned, accomplished academic, both would recite this particular supplication. Now I'll recite it in Arabic and then I'll translate it, and you'll see the relevance as to what I'm talking about. The Arabic is as follows. It says, Allahumma allimna ma yanfa'una wanfa'na bima allamtana wa zidna ilman nafi'a. Which simply means that, O Lord, O Allah, teach us that which will benefit us, and allow us to benefit from that which you have taught us, and grant us beneficial knowledge, and increase us in beneficial knowledge. So having said that, the whole essence of knowledge is that we benefit and benefit others. And that is important as we reflect on the opening of 2026, the academic year. We pray that the university will be, and all those who are associated with it, will be blessed with beneficial knowledge. We all become beacons of knowledge we all become people of benefit to our society and eventually lead to a transformed society. And if we do this, we would all play a crucial part in leading towards and playing a role towards reclaiming Africa's intellectual futures. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ahmed, for that meaningful reflection. It is so fitting for today's celebrations. I also would like to retain the spirit and also invite Professor Kobu, Chair of the Department of Christian Spirituality, Church History and Missiology, College of Human Sciences, to deliver the second meditation.
Principal and Vice Chancellor, Prof. Buleng Lingapula, Chairperson of Council, Unisa Management, guests and colleagues, good morning. Tyler Perry once shared a simple story. He saw an elderly man struggling to cross the street. He stopped his car, held back the traffic, and walked with the man until he reached the other side. Later, he reflected, true greatness is not in crossing over yourself, but in helping someone else cross. In many ways, Unisa and our students are on such a journey, each facing our own waters, each striving towards the other side, and discovering that meaningful crossings are never completed alone. Crossing over is not merely movement, it is shared responsibility. It is creating passage where barriers once stood. In Mark 4, verse 35, Jesus says, "Let us cross over to the other side." What sounds simple becomes a storm. Fear rises, uncertainty tests the disciples, yet the crossing calls for trust, courage, and the presence of Christ. For Unisa and our students, it challenge every module, every exam, every step in learning is a crossing into new possibilities, undertaken with support and perseverance. In Joshua 3, Israel stands before the Southern Jordan, a barrier that seems impossible to cross, yet as they step forward together, the waters part and they enter a new chapter. Just as the river made way for Israel, Unisa has created paths for students across generations, turning obstacles into passage and possibility. Our continent knows crossings marked by rapture and pain, yet even across difficult waters, our ancestors carried knowledge, memory, and hope. They refused to allow the crossing to erase their intellectual inheritance. To reclaim Africa's intellectual futures is to continue that journey, to ensure that our knowledge, our languages, and our imaginations shape the future rather than stand at its margins. For over 150 years, Unisa has been part of that movement, creating passage, widening access, and building bridges across distance, exclusion, and inequality. And at the heart of this crossing are our students. They cross into higher education, often as first-generation scholars. They cross from rural towns and townships into digital classrooms. They cross from uncertainty into confidence. Their journeys remind us that the intellectual futures are reclaimed not by individual efforts alone, but by communities willing to hold back the traffic, to walk alongside, and to ensure that the crossing becomes possible. Yet, reclaiming intellectual futures demands more than access. It requires courage of the mind. It calls us to center African thought, to question inherited limitations, and to ensure that Knowledge serves justice, dignity, and life. And this crossing must be inclusive, a future reclaimed without women, without the poor, without land, or without historical silence is not fully reclaimed. Through crossing restores life in its fullness. Crossing over then is spiritual, institutional, intellectual, and communal. God, as we rise together, bound in dignity, help us to walk courageously across every barrier and ensure that no one crosses alone. Empower us to reclaim Africa's intellectual futures with justice, hope, and unwavering faith. Amen.
Thank you, Professor Kobu, for grounding us in reflection as we begin this academic year, Shaping Futures. Distinguished guest, it is now my honor to invite Dr. Dan Musia, Chairperson of Unisa Council, a true gentleman whose calm wisdom and gracious leadership continue to guide our institution to deliver his remarks. Dan Musia.
Thank you, Program Directors, Ms. Liana Juber and Professor Mampilo Pahlani. Let me also acknowledge the esteemed sign language interpreters, Ms. Eula Dunstan and Mr. Jonathan Kebe, the Principal and Vice Chancellor, Professor Pulen Lenkabula, fellow members of the Unisa Council present, members of the Executive and Extended Management of Unisa, the leadership from organized labor and the regional and national SRCs, esteemed academics, staff members, students, and alumni of Unisa present here with us, and all those who are watching online from the various regional hubs. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, Dumelang. It is my honor and privilege as the Chairperson of Council of the University of South Africa to welcome you all to the official opening ceremony of the 2026 academic year. We gather here within the hallowed walls of KZN Matthews Great Hall at an important moment in the life of this great institution, a moment of reflection, renewal, and commitment. We do so under the theme, Reclaiming Africa's Intellectual Futures into the next 150 years and beyond. This theme is both aspirational and demanding. It calls on us not only to imagine Africa's future, but to actively shape it through teaching, learning, research, and engaged scholarship. It invites us to locate Unisa firmly at the center of Africa's intellectual project. As a producer of ideas, a cultivator of talent, and a steward of education and science as a public good. Today's ceremony takes place against a significant backdrop. It coincides with the conclusion of Professor Lenkabula's first term as Principal and Vice Chancellor, spanning from 2021 to 2025, and the commencement of her second term, which runs from the 1st of January 2026 to the 31st of December 2030. This transition offers us an opportunity to take stock of what has been achieved, to acknowledge the collective effort that made those achievements possible, and to look forward with clarity and confidence to the work that lies ahead. When Professor Lenkabula assumed office in January 2021, Unisa, like much of the world, was navigating extraordinary turbulence. The institution was confronting the deep disruptions of COVID-19 pandemic, the long-standing structural and governance challenges, heightened public scrutiny, and a rapidly changing higher education landscape. These were not abstract challenges. They affected students' life, staff morale, public trust, and the sustainability of the university. What distinguishes leadership is not the absence of fear, doubt, or difficulty, but the capacity to act with courage, determination, a sense of vision, and public duty. Indeed, great leaders are defined by their capacity to rise to the occasion, even against the most difficult odds. Over the past 5 years, ladies and gentlemen, Unisa, under the capable leadership of Professor Lenkabula and the entire leadership collective of the university, has demonstrated this capacity. The university chose stabilization over stagnation, evidence over rhetoric, and long-term institutional health over short-term expediency. Ladies and gentlemen, from a council perspective, one of the most important markers of progress during this period has been the strengthening of governance and financial sustainability. The attainment of consecutive financial unqualified audit outcomes in the past 4 years is a testament to the robust nature of our government system. I must emphasize that all universities rely on a system of continuous improvement in terms of quality of governance and the quality of academic programs. In this regard, Unisa is not an exception. We thus welcome the steady progress we have seen in terms of improving institutional performance in this institution. Equally significant has been the strengthening of Unisa's financial position. The growth of institutional reserves, over 20 billion rands by the end of 2024, provides the university with diverse opportunities for strategic investments. It enables Unisa to invest in its academic mission, to modernize its infrastructure, and to withstand external shocks without compromising access or even quality. Council remains committed to working with the university executive in the pursuit of clean outcome, or rather in the pursuit of clean audit outcome, not as an end, but as part of a broader culture of excellence, compliance, and sustainability. Colleagues, academic excellence, however, remains the heart of any university. During Professor Lenkabula's first term, Unisa recorded a remarkable growth in research productivity and scholarly output. The research subsidy units increased significantly, publications outputs rose sharply across journals, books, and conference proceedings. And the university strengthened its position in national and global rankings. These outcomes reflect the dedication of our academics, and researchers, supported by the leadership that prioritized scholarship, capability, and collaboration. Central to this progress has been the strengthening of academic capability, the increase in the proportion of academic staff holding doctoral qualifications, the growth in the number of NRF-rated researchers, and Unisa's position as the leading producer of doctoral graduates in South Africa speak to a deepening research culture that has been cultivated. This, ladies and gentlemen, in my view, is how intellectual futures are reclaimed. By investing in people, nurturing talent, and enabling knowledge creation at scale. As Africa's largest open-distance e-learning institution, Unisa's intellectual mission is inseparable from its digital infrastructure. Over the past term, meaningful strides have been made in modernizing systems, strengthening cybersecurity, and improving platform resilience. These investments are foundational. They protect the integrity of teaching and assessment, enhance the student experience, and position the university for an increasingly digital and AI-inflected future of learning and research. We have also seen strategic investments that extend Unisa's applied impact. The acquisition of the Bronco-Spruit experimental farm exemplifies a commitment to practical, future-orientated scholarship in agriculture, food security, sustainability, and applied science. Such initiatives align academic work with continental priorities and create new opportunities for partnerships, innovation, and student development. Ladies and gentlemen, sustainability and societal impact have remained integral to Unisa's identity. Improved performance in global sustainability and impact rankings, alongside initiatives that advance access, inclusion, and national dialogue, affirm Unisa's role as a public institution with a conscience. Knowledge, when aligned with social purpose, becomes a powerful force for transformation. As Council, we are particularly encouraged by the articulation of the 10 catalytic niche areas introduced during Professor Lenkabula's first term. These niches provide strategic focus for interdisciplinary research, curriculum innovation, and partnerships in areas critical to Africa's future. And that spans from energy, aviation, automotive, health studies, and biotechnology to digitalization, space studies, feminist, women, Bosadi scholarship, and students and co-curriculum studies. They represent a deliberate effort to concentrate on intellectual capital where it can generate the greatest impact on society. Now, looking ahead to the second term, the task before us is to continue the path of excellence in every respect. This means deepening a culture and values of excellence, relevance, competitiveness, collaboration, and societal impact. And while we do so, placing the needs and interests of Unisa students at the center of everything that we do. Reclaiming Africa's intellectual futures is not a rhetorical exercise. It requires institutions that are stable, that are credible, and that are ambitious. It requires leaders who are principled and courageous, academics who are curious and committed, and students who are supported to realize their potential. Unisa, with its scale, reach, and its history, is uniquely positioned to play this role, not only for South Africa, but for the continent and the global South. In closing, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to acknowledge Professor Lenkabula for her leadership during her first term and wish her strength and wisdom as she embarks on her second term. I also wish to acknowledge the executive and extended management, the staff and students whose daily work gives life to the institution's mission. Council remains steadfast in its support for a university that is ethical in its governance, excellent in its scholarship, and inclusive in its purpose. May 2026 academic year be one of the renewed commitment, intellectual courage, and shared achievement. Together, let us continue to build an African university shaping futures in service of humanity. Welcome to the official opening ceremony of the 2026 academic year of the University of the Land. I thank you.
I think we can put another hand together for our Chairperson of Council, Dr. Messiah. Thank you, Dr. Messiah, for your inspiring words, your steady counsel, and your commitment, leadership in the service of our great university. I told you he's calm, and he gave us a very calm marching orders for 2026. You know, for those who know that I'm sometimes a bit naughty, so I just need to say something to Dr. Messiah. Dr. Messiah embodies what we might call the fine red wine principle of leadership: seasoned, measured, and consistently elevating the quality of the room. On that note, I am going to invite, yes, let's just put our hands together for our Chairperson. Colleagues, many of you have been with Unisa for many years. We mustn't take the performance that Prof. Messiah indicated under the leadership of Professor Lenkabula as just an easy go. It is hard, it is tough, and public sector universities will see even more toughness going forward. What a great pleasure to work with this amazing team. And it's not solo. It is you in this hall and on the streams that make the performance possible. Music has a unique way of speaking to the spirit. It unites us beyond language, reminds us of who we are, and carries the heartbeat of our shared humanity. In moments of celebration, reflection, and renewal, it is often music that lifts us, centers us, and inspires us. It is therefore my pleasure to invite our beautiful Unisa choir to render a musical item. I nearly forgot to join the podium again. Thank you to our Unisa choir. Let's just show them how they unite us, their spirit. Your voices continue to enrich the soul of this institution. As we continue under our theme, Reclaiming Africa's Intellectual Futures into the next 150 years and beyond, we now turn to the strategic commitments that will make the vision tangible in 2026. Through recorded messages, our vice principals and executive leaders will outline their priorities that translate vision into action and strategy into meaningful impact. But before we do so, I would like to call upon our Vice Chancellor, Professor Lenkabula, to introduce her team.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. My task is very small, and I want to thank the Chairperson of Council for already having given the marching orders for us as the university. And therefore, I have the honor to introduce to you the collective leadership that the Chairperson of Council has already talked about, that it is not one person that does the whole work. It is in the collective leadership and management committee, as well as the extended management, that we do the work that we are tasked to undertake. So let me request that we introduce Professor S.R. Mahanu, the Vice Principal, Institutional Development. Can I request you to stand, Prof, so that colleagues who know you or don't know you. Thank you. Professor Mahanu is responsible for people, you colleagues. When you smile on the 25th, you should know. When we smile, when there's assistance for our students, when you smile, when you have the opportunity to do your research anywhere in the world, it is through the work that Professor Mahanu and the executive in the portfolio undertake for the university. So can you give him a round of applause? Then next, the Chairperson of Council stated that the university has improved tremendously on research, that perhaps even this year we may be top 4 or 5 in the country in terms of research outputs. We will know in March. Professor Mwepe is the acting Vice Principal, Research, Postgraduate Studies, Innovation, and Commercialization, driving the research. And colleagues, for teaching and learning, community engagement or engaged scholarship, and student support, we have Dr. Chivase as the acting VP. Can I request him to stand? And we have to strengthen student academic support in order that the students of Unisa become the best citizens anywhere in the world. So thank you very much, Dr. Chivase. And of course, colleagues, the person who's responsible for our students on all the value chains, as well as the governance, as the Secretary of Statutory Committees, is Professor Siputa, the Registrar. Can I also request him? And colleagues, that you have a stable technology, devices, but also you are inspired to think in the future and to act in the future and never to be delayed in the developments in the world, whether in artificial intelligence, quantum computing, and other digitization or digitalization system. You have Ms. Nakene Ngingi, Vice Principal, Information and Communication Technology. Our systems are never falling apart as when she was not here. Can I request her to stand and you give her a round of applause? You'll recognize the height keeps on going a little lower. They say dynamites, eh? Yeah. Then you have the Acting Vice Principal, Strategy, Risk, and Advisory Services. As the strategy improves and as we are improving in the aftermath of COVID-19 in the digital system, but also ensuring that as a university of comprehensive open distance and e-learning, that we don't fall apart when others are starting to use our modality. You must have strategies, tactics, actions, and even secrets, trade secrets, that protect the continuity of the university. Dr. Molapo is the custodian of that process. Can I request we give a round of applause? And of course, no science can take place without architectures, infrastructures, and processes that support such system. The chief engineer of the university, the vice principal operations and facilities, Mr. Mtebele. Can I request you to stand up? And the chairperson of council said, for this university to thrive, we must be stewards of its resources, its finances, how we dispatch and optimize these resources, financial, people, assets, and more, including our knowledge. And for these colleagues, the chairperson referred to unqualified audits, improved cost controls and accountability, as well as being almost at 25 billion, having started at 7.8 when I joined you. I should just go to the corporate sector, colleagues, and create more money for institutions, as we did with the support of council and the management, where now we are at 24.9 billion. The CFO, Mr. Stanfleet, Acting Vice Principal, Finance and Business Enterprises. Can I please request you to stand? I apologize, he had requested to be recused, he's not with us. But behind them, can I request the deans of colleges to stand so that the colleagues know who are in the front line, the stewards of the academic project, and thereafter we will then request my colleagues, the MENCOM, to then share the vision that we have collectively worked with you to ensure that is the 2026 academic agenda. Deans, deputy deans, can you please stand? Thank you. These are the people who run our academic projects, the science systems, the improvements, but also the areas of development that we should work on. So thank you very much for being here. We acknowledge also the executive directors of the support environments. Can I request you to all stand in support of the academic project? Thank you, colleagues. When we talk about management, these are the people, colleagues, all of them that stood up. Thank you. I hand over to you, program directors for MENCOM presentations.
So now I invite you to sit back, relax. Unfortunately, no popcorns, but the broadcast will begin.
Dumelang, my name is Dr. Benny Likobo. I'm the Acting Deputy Registrar Governance. We are truly proud of the portfolio's 2025 achievements, and we look forward to an even better and successful 2026.
Good day, my name is Leona Joubert, and I'm the Deputy Registrar of Student Administration and Student Systems. And it is my honor to introduce Prof. Moloko Sapota, our Registrar, who will share the portfolio 2026 aspirations.
Tshwane, a brief reflection on events of 6 years ago will remind us of the time when our government, on 15th of March 2020, declared a national state of disaster in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. Amidst these strict lockdown regulations and relearning the art of washing our hands, Unisa's agility to respond to an instant crisis situation was demonstrated through the acceleration to an unprecedented implementation of online applications, registrations, and examinations. Students adapted instantly with great flexibility, and their participation since then has made the system work as well as it has done. Fortifying our operations, 2026 marks a further strengthening of our digital transformation journey. The Registrar's portfolio will advance the automation of our processes, in particular FI audits, graduation administration, to enhance speed, accuracy, and bolster operational efficiency. These initiatives will increasingly be supported by data analytics and artificial intelligence, enabling predictive planning, real-time monitoring of workflows, early identification of processes, bottlenecks, and evidence-based decision-making. In doing so, we reaffirm our call to all staff members to embrace digital competence, technological agility, and artificial intelligence literacy as essential capabilities for the modern university environment. We aim by 2030 to have most of our core administrative processes fully automated, including a highly digitalized and round-the-clock student communication and service center presence. In fact, we aim at having the overwhelming majority of students' inquiries handled within 24 hours. In supporting the academic project and promoting student success, we are intent on managing the registration, graduation periods in a manner that frees more time for our students to focus on their studies. This student-centric approach places the positive academic and throughput ahead of administrative elements that tend to steal their time. We will continue with engagements and collaboration across the institution. Crucially, the protection of our student personal information is a matter that we are pursuing with the help of ICT portfolio. This is not only about compliance, but also about ensuring the integrity of our systems. Equally important is the strengthening of student disciplinary services. We are aware of the challenges around proctoring tools, and we are working around that. As custodians of institutional rules, procedures, and academic integrity, we are committed to ensuring that student discipline is administered fairly, consistently, and timelessly. We are a dispersed but not a disorganized portfolio, with 26 regional facilities strewn across the Republic. The services that we provide through these locations bring with them benefits for students and the communities in both urban and rural areas through the various memorial lectures that have become annual discourses and intellectual engagements. Through these services, the university's ability to build and maintain relationships with the public and private sectors, as well as their institutions of learning, other institutions of learning and development, is boosted. And so, as we ramp up efforts to finalize the revised regional model, we also aim to remain true and supportive of national, regional, and community imperatives. The implementation of the institutional governance framework is shifting into high gear this year. This will ensure that the roles and powers of organs and structures are clearly diagnosed and designated and understood. As a university, we are poised to submit the annual 2025 report on time by the end of June 2026. As we proceed deeper into 2026 on our way to 2030, we recognize that we cannot leave our students with disabilities behind in the provision of excellent student support. Music development with focus on African music and the examinations that the Music Directorate continue to roll out are poised for online presence and implementation. We therefore ask you to join hands with us as we define tomorrow's, as we take every step with students through the student walk, and as we continue to cement Unisa's leadership role in the comprehensive open and distance e-learning arena. As we purposefully proceed in our mission to remain as an exemplary of institutional governance, custodian of institutional policies and procedures, to being the heart of academic administration, we continue to invite you to join hands with us as we journey. I thank you.
Greetings to all Unisans, colleagues and cousins, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mpongwepe. I am the Acting Vice Principal for Research, Postgraduate Studies, Innovation and Commercialization. One of the main tenets of Unisa's academic purpose is propelling research and innovation. This portfolio of research, postgraduate studies, innovation and commercialization is responsible for producing new knowledge, fostering intellectual inquiry, and driving innovation that addresses both national and global developmental imperatives. In addition to being fundamental to the university's identity and mission, this function is a crucial indicator in international academic rankings, which place a high emphasis on research output and its societal impact. From the portfolio, we are committed to excellence in research and innovation so that Unisa remains responsive, impactful, and firmly aligned with its institutional purpose and the broader goals of the National Development Plan, Agenda 2063, and the Sustainable Development Goals. This is evidence from the good news we received at the end of 2025 academic year that in a record-breaking effort for the university, Unisa achieved a 42.7% increase in subsidy units for approved research outputs in 2024 and a growth of 94.1% over the 10-year period between 2015 and 2024. This is according to the recently released 2024 Research Output Report for Universities, published by the Department of Higher Education and Training. And as if that was not enough, Unisa, through the portfolio, achieved platinum status of good financial grant practice, valid from January 2026 to January 2027. This places Unisa among a select group of institutions worldwide that have demonstrated the ability to manage research funding with precision, transparency, and integrity. This recognition not only enhances the university's credibility among funding bodies, but also opens new opportunities for collaboration, international research partnerships, and increased access to competitive grants. It signals to stakeholders, both within academia and beyond, that Unisa is committed to responsible research management, ensuring that funding is used effectively to drive innovation, support researchers, and address real-world challenges. The university now proudly hosts over 300 NRF-rated researchers, and we have surpassed the 300 mark for the first time in the history of this institution. This achievement underscores Unisa's commitment to advancing African scholarship, driving innovation, and contributing to global knowledge production. And as we move forward, we should understand that entrepreneurship within higher education is no longer an optional pursuit. It is a strategic imperative for national transformation. This will be a demonstration that Unisa is not merely a center of knowledge, but ecosystem of innovation that can ignite socio-economic renewal. Our research story should be one of resilience and innovation. It is the story of countless researchers who demonstrate that the pursuit of knowledge can spark both leadership and entrepreneurship. Through initiatives such as converting thesis and dissertation into disclosures and patents, our technology transfer and innovation office and our growing network of incubators and industry partnerships, Unisa continues to advance entrepreneurship as both a pedagogical practice and a developmental imperative. We should make Unisa a living laboratory of innovation, committed to working with other institutions to make research, innovation, and entrepreneurship education a defining feature of the South African higher education landscape. We should be conducting research that responds to grand societal challenges such as youth unemployment, inequality, and the imperative of inclusive growth. The research should empower individuals to become agents of their own destiny, to transform not only their lives but also the lives of their communities. And as Peter Drucker wisely said, the best way to predict the future is to create it. It is the same if you want history to be kind to you, you must write it, as Winston Churchill would attest. So let us create the future as we prioritize digitization and digitalization of Unisa memory in the archives, just as we have done with the Yuma Sekela collection, the Thabo Mbeki collection, the Dr. Mutsuku Pego collection, Maishe Maponya collection, and others such as audio-visual collection by the Multimedia Center. To overcome infinite challenges brought by new geopolitics, digital divide, and disruptive technology, we need to reposition internationalization to be sustainable as a university. Some of the practical short to medium-term solutions include increasing targeted financial support such as scholarship and travel grants to mitigate economic barriers for students from disadvantaged backgrounds, developing tailored orientation programs and academic support services that addresses language, cultural adjustment, and digital literacy needs to enhance student preparedness and confidence. And of course, implement a language policy to enable indigenous languages as language of research, teaching, and learning. And in this regard, we should be strengthening institutional partnerships that foster equitable collaboration, including joint degree programs, research projects, and staff exchange with clear implementation plans beyond MOU signings, and build infrastructure for research such as laboratories, museums, and art galleries within the institution, and advocating for policy frameworks at the national and institutional level that integrate internationalization into core academic mission and incentivize meaningful engagement across the colleges. And this way, we should also be promoting African-centered decolonial approaches to research, to internationalization that emphasize South-South partnerships and inclusive, contextually relevant knowledge production, and facilitating systematic collaboration among colleges and researchers within our university. Bearing in mind that we should also promote our researchers, so we should drive open access through digitization and transformative agreements so that the work of our researchers would be accessible and available and visible throughout the globe, and build more endowed research chairs, centers of excellence, which are externally funded, as well as research institutes which are self-sustaining. More and more NRF-rated researchers, so that we far exceed the 300 mark, but these NRF-rated researchers should be A and B-rated researchers. And more external research and innovation awards for Unisa researchers. And we aspire that every college should have distinguished research professors. And we should also harvest the legacies such as the knowledge of the G20 and participate in Innovation Index, as now research is moving towards Innovation Index rather than the Citation Index. I have emphasized the operationalization of MOUs through student exchange, staff exchange, research collaboration, and joint supervision. And we should be conducting research projects linked to programs of the instituted catalytic niche areas. And to be able to do all this, we need full digital transformation of the research and M&D value chain. I look forward to our continued collaboration in 2026 and to achieving new heights of scientific and scholarly excellence together so that we propel research to uncharted territories. Thank you.
I am Madikizela-Mandela, Acting Executive Director, Academic Planning. 2025 was a very successful year for the portfolio, and now we're looking forward to a future-focused 2026.
I'm Mashaba, the Executive Director for Tuition Support and Facilitation of Learning. Greetings, Unisans. Today we are going to hear from our Vice Principal Teaching and Learning, Dr. Azinduni Chivase, how the Teaching and Learning portfolio is positioning itself for an excellent and exciting academic year. Over to you, Vice Principal Teaching and Learning.
Greetings to the Principal and Vice Chancellor, the collective leadership, and council members, members of MENCOM, and the Unisa community. As we enter 2026, it is indeed an inaugural year for our final phase of our 2030 strategic plan. And indeed, we stand on a great foundation as provided by activities that we did in 2025. We achieved 99.5% of our milestone in terms of our APP and also releasing the October-November results on time. This achievement will become now part of our DNA as we move into 2026 and beyond 2030. As we move in here, we are really very grateful that we have managed to work around the complexities of the operational success and the student performance indicators, as we have observed. For academic readiness in 2026, we went into a workshop on the 12th of January, where we assessed all our college operational plan, including portfolio operational plans, and ensuring that all our assessment plans are ready for student learning in 2026. We want to thank the collegiality and the support that we received from the college management committees, from the portfolio, all the departments in the portfolio. In terms of 2026, our targeted success intervention, we have committed as deans and also as portfolio that at-risk students must be serviced, and the focus must be to ensure that they also go through the process and complete their qualification. We have also achieved some strides in terms of the catalytic niche area and the PQM development. And this would really allow us to say to our students, to our council, to our regulatory stakeholders, DHED, CHE, and SAQA, that our curriculum remains relevant, competitive, and aligned to the national development needs. More especially as we move and focus on Agenda 2063, the Africa we want. In terms of our own APP, annual performance plan of student success and graduatedness, we are focused, we have already developed. We are grateful to the Senate that has approved the AI guidelines in January 2026. And now the committee will work on the policy, which possible will submit to council before second quarter. In terms of the preparation from the CPD, we are also grateful that they are working on measures to implement the AI in teaching and assessment. And that will keep us on track as a portfolio in terms of empowering the newly appointed adjunct academics, and also inside to also look at our performance management system. And as colleges, we have agreed that we are going to start to work as from day one in order to achieve whatever we have planned as a portfolio in 2026. On matters of transformation and governance issue, the university has demanded that we submit the 2026 plans, and we have done that. We are very, very proud. We need to monitor and ensure that all those plans come to fruition. In terms of the internal audit and risk management, we have included that in all our college operational plans and departmental operational plans. And we are excited to be at this stage, more especially as we get into 2026. On terms of the financial fiduciary, we have developed a dashboard where we are going to account for all the strategic projects that we have at the university. And the just-in-time dashboard will give us a reflection of where we are in terms of all this strategy, so that at the end of the year we'll have achieved these strategies that we've put down. And indeed, it's a great pleasure also to indicate that we are monitoring and following up on all the activities that we have committed to. In conclusion, Madam Vice Chancellor, Council, MENCOM members, and Unisa community, we are saying in 2026 we want to move in tandem, and that's why we are also appreciate the support and the value chain that we are going to create with the other portfolio, Registrar, Strategic Risk and Management, and all the other portfolio, so that we can really make this university, the university of the land, university of leaders, university of choice, local and international, in the service of humanity in all its dimensions. Thank you. We look forward to 2026.
Greetings. My name is Ramahwai Mahano. I'm the Vice Principal, Institutional Development. The portfolio of institutional development is constituted out of two departments, namely the Department of Human Resources, ably led by the Executive Director, Ntate Bongani Ndaba, and the Department of Institutional Advancement, ably led by the Interim Executive Director, Professor Boitumelo Senukwani. In 2024, the portfolio exerted itself very well, registering 86% compliance with regard to the annual performance plan obligations. The indication we have at the moment, and this is the unaudited report, indicates that the portfolio would be 96% compliant for 2025. This demonstrates good performance across the portfolio. From the point of view of the Human Resource Department, our quest is to work towards a fit-for-purpose and agile organizational structure that is aligned to the institutional vision and responsive to the challenges of the 21st century. To this end, a number of significant milestones have been attained. To start off with, the attainment of a multi-year agreement in 2023 between the university management and organized labor, in particular NEHAU and APSA, became a strategically important accomplishment that ushered labor peace, which since has become characteristic of the Unisa environment. It is needless to enunciate in detail how labor peace contributes positively towards the delivery of the core business of the university. Nonetheless, it is sufficient to indicate that the delivery of quality education to our students requires an uninterrupted academic year. What is even more exciting is that there is a further commitment towards another multi-year agreement. For this, we are deeply indebted to the collaborative and collegial effort that the management of the university and organized labor have established to ensure that the delivery of education to our students is not interrupted by industrial action. Other notable significant accomplishments include the implementation and conclusion of the academic regrading project in 2025, a project that eluded and frustrated this august university for 20 years. Also, noticeable strides have been made regarding the organizational redesign, and we are on track to ensure that we meet the targets set for 2030 while guarding against job losses. We are in constant liaison with organized labor, the management of the university, and the University Council in the entire process of redesigning the organizational structure of the university towards a fit-for-purpose and agile status. We are further gratified that a recent climate survey conducted by Deloitte provides a compelling evidence that we are on the right course to build a socially cohesive workforce that produces quality work. From the side of the Department of Institutional Advancement, good progress is also being registered. The weekly surveys on the brand and reputation of the university indicate that positive sentiments on the work done by the university are on the increase. The recent survey conducted by the Bureau of Market Research indicates that the brand and reputation index of the university increased from 71% in 2022 to 80.4% in 2025. This is testament to the fact that the efforts made by academics by participating in national and international discussions on different media platforms and the Department of Institutional Advancement to publish good work taking place at Unisa and providing the requisite training to academics are paying dividends. Regarding internationalization, the Department of Institutional Advancement has made strides in ensuring that the partnerships established between Unisa and its counterparts beyond the confines of our boundaries are productive. To this end, a project aimed at promoting student mobility beyond our boundaries has taken traction, with 20 students who were supported to travel abroad in 2025. Unisa Radio is active and growing its listenership, while the Unisa Foundation recruited 112 million rands for the university. These milestones are indicative of a portfolio that is committed to the university core business, and we are very, very hopeful that this year will continue to excel as it has been the case in the recent past. I thank you.
Good day, everybody. My name is Byron Stanfleet. I am the Acting Vice Principal for Finance, Supply Chain Management and Business Enterprises at Unisa. As Unisa continues to strengthen its role as a leading comprehensive open distance and e-learning institution, committed to advancing knowledge that serves society locally and globally, we reflect on the financial stewardship, resource allocation and the operational performance that enables the institution to realize its strategic ambitions. In an increasingly complex higher education landscape, Unisa's strategic mission is to propel the global impact knowledge through the catalytic niche areas. In this regard, sustainable financial management remains central to supporting Unisa's mission of expanding access, enhancing student success, and driving impactful research and innovation. The supply chain management and business enterprises portfolio plays a critical role in ensuring that the financial resources are responsibly managed, transparently reported, and strategically directed towards initiatives that strengthen Unisa's catalytic niche areas and global competitiveness. The finance portfolio for 2026 focus areas are as follows. Firstly, to obtain an unqualified audit opinion for the 2025 statutory and time-year submission of the AFS, noting that Unisa has achieved an unqualified audit for the 2024 financial year. This marks successful competitive completion of the statutory audits 2022, 2023 and 2024, all with unqualified audit opinions following a delay in the start of the 2022 audit. There is a focus to remain on this positive trajectory. Unisa has now regularized the submission of its annual financial report to DHET and is ready to meet the legislative timeline, the submission of the 2025 financial statements at 30 June 2026. Unisa also strives to meet the agreed upon procedures audit timelines as stipulated by the DHET. Secondly, we support enrollment and timely processing of the NSFAS funding for students. Finance supports enrollment management through the attendance of daily meetings to ensure that the achievement of enrollment targets is headed by the Deputy Registrar. Mancom approved the registration of some 30,000 plus students, approved for NSFAS funding with historic debt amounting to 145 million rand. This will assist these students to complete their qualification. NSFAS funding process data to date at the 6th of February 2026, 131,000 students plus and about 672 students with private funding have been completed. Other focus areas includes the finalization and approval of the NSFAS closeout report to finalize the historic debt. The reviews of NSFAS are at the finalization stage. We improve stakeholder relations with NSFAS or seamless administration of funding for funded students, including the payment of allowances. We have improved the tracking and reporting of spending in the catalytic niche areas to track investments made and related benefits, support the academic operations, including the appointment of the adjunct academics, and improve service to students. We have also busy with the implementation of the Oracle Cloud project. Supply chain management focus areas is, first of all, customer centricity is key. Strategic projects is to support the university in achieving its strategic objectives with the emphasis on the CNA's projects. Governance and compliance, given that there will be 140 plus high value projects to be executed in the 2026 academic year, it is vital to ensure that the agility of the supply chain process to enable the university to meet its APP targets and strategic objectives. It must be noted that Unisa takes a zero tolerance approach to fraud and corruption. The institution has a whistleblowing policy and a fraud hotline, details of which are widely communicated to all stakeholders. Reports are dealt with resolutely, policies and controls in affected areas are immediately strengthened, and where possible, losses are recouped. In conclusion, on the back of sound financial performance for the 2025 financial year, the statement of financial position remains positive, and Unisa is regarded as a going concern for the foreseeable future. Thank you.
Greetings. I am Mashaba, the Vice Principal ICT CIO at Unisa. I'm here with my colleagues.
Thabisa Makaula, I am the Director responsible for ICT Service Delivery, representing our Executive Director, Dr. Tobejani, responsible for Infrastructure and Systems.
I'm Marutile Makwane. I'm the Acting Executive Director for ICT Governance, Risk and Compliance.
The Unisa 2030 strategy aims to reclaim and advance Unisa academic, scientific, and innovative futures. ICT enables the Unisa strategy under the digitalization and digitization enabler, one of the 6 enablers for the Unisa 2030 strategy. The Unisa ICT digitalization strategy is a sharpened focus on student experience throughout the student walk, and it lives to provide technology, solution, lifecycle, leadership, and management that advances student success rates, grows research output, and improves student experience. University systems are stable and functioning as expected, averaging over 99.7% across all critical systems in the past year, 2025. We enable over 11.4 million assessments per annum at this university. Reflecting briefly on our systems maturity journey, in 2022, we lost over 190 hours of teaching time because of DTLS downtime, the digital teaching and learning system. In 2025, we lost 38 hours of teaching time. The decisive and targeted interventions ICT has driven through the infrastructure capability development and management model have progressed the university to our current maturity of over 99.7% performance uptime, not just on the DTLS, but on all our core systems. In 2025, ICT met 100% of the APP targets. There is no more noise about unstable systems, no more anxiety come examinations time or assignment peak submissions time. The university runs as expected on a stable ecosystem, and I want to thank all of my colleagues in the ICT portfolio for our joint and tireless mission to get us here. The university is now primed to forge ahead with innovative endeavors to delight our students and academics with an exciting student experience. The days of losing over 190 hours of teaching and learning are solidly behind us. ICT is truly the technology sponsor of the university that enables digitalization and digitization. All examination instances are successfully migrated to AWS, and in the current examination, systems are functioning as expected. My modules will be migrated to AWS in due course during this academic year. We are working collaboratively with TLSS and the Registrar portfolios to effect that. In this 2026 academic year, ICT key focus areas include the Digital Academy, driving zero trust to eliminate student data leakage, upgrading the student system, upgrading student computer laboratory environments, providing a commercially viable model to provide data to students, enabling comprehensive query management throughout the university, and enabling and supporting the use of AI. The Digital Academy provides an opportunity to expose our students to additional digital skills and gives upskilling and reskilling opportunities to staff. Various collaborations are underway and in progress. Student data leakage is a serious threat to the integrity of the university qualifications. We are leaving no stone unturned to identify the threat actors involved. In addition, and amongst various interventions, we will be improving our authentication mechanisms for students. The student system is our core system of record, and during this registration period is tested to its limits. It is a legacy system and is no longer fit for our dynamic student population. ICT is working with the Registrar portfolio, finance, and the teaching and learning portfolio to replace this system.
Students, enabling them with AI-based computing. With the Registrar portfolio, operations, as well as facilities portfolio, ICT is identifying areas to bring in virtual desktop infrastructure for students' laboratory environments. In this academic year, the university is provisioning data during examination periods to students only during the examination period of January and February 2026 and May and June 2026. The university also provides zero-rated sites to all registered students monthly up to September 2026. This service needs to sustain itself. The current format is not sustainable financially, nor does it offer the best value for money for students. A sustainable model has been identified, and preparations are currently underway to be in place in quarter 4 of this academic year.
Our ability to optimally respond to student queries is under intense scrutiny in the Registrar, TLSS, SRAS, and ID portfolio. ICT is working collaboratively with all 4 portfolios to really optimize the processes and procedures for technology when the processes and people aspects are in hand. The university AI roadmap is in place. The AI guidelines shall be engaged at Senate. The AI policy is in consultation amongst all university portfolios. Various experiments are underway to explore AI for student experience and for process efficiency, the key to transformation levers in the AI roadmap.
To deliver in these focus areas, ICT is working with the ID portfolio in the organizational redesign to pivot ICT into a computer science core skills-based delivery team, enabling teaching, learning, research, commercialization, innovation, and community engagement. It is this shift in core skills that is imperative to leverage our high-performance cluster investment for quantum simulation, our first step towards quantum computing. I wish us all the best in this academic year. I'm excited about our possible successes and the lessons we will learn jointly as we live our digitalization mantra to provide technology solution lifecycle leadership and management that advances student success rates, grows research output, and improves student experience.
My name is Ipara Mamabolo, the Executive Director for Risk and Compliance. We reflect with appreciation on the achievement of 2025 and look forward to working on the 2026 objective. Mr. Masia.
My name is Brighton Masia, and I am the Acting Executive Director, Institutional Intelligence, and it is my pleasure to invite our Vice Principal, Dr. Mulapo, to share the portfolio strategic direction for 2026 and ambitions that will guide our work in the year ahead?
Colleagues, partners, and members of the Unisa community, the Strategy, Risk and Advisory Services portfolio sits at the strategic nerve center of the university. Our work is both forward-looking and foundational. We provide the strategic compass, analytical intelligence, governance assurance, and legal advisory oversight that enable Unisa to navigate complexity, respond to uncertainty, and advance confidently toward its aspirations as a leading open-distance e-learning institution. Our mandate is clear and consequential. We are entrusted with ensuring that the institution's strategic direction and planning is coherent, evidence-based, and responsive to both national imperatives and global shifts in higher education. We ensure strengthened, evidence-based, data-driven institutional decision-making processes through institutional research, information analysis, and business intelligence. We transform data into insights and insights into impact and forward-looking projections. We generate the intelligence that supports enrollment planning, academic performance, monitoring, institutional benchmarking, and evidence-informed policy development. Equally, we are custodians of robust risk management and compliance frameworks. We work to anticipate, mitigate, while ensuring that Unisa remains compliant with applicable laws, regulations, and policies. Our legal office provides critical advisory services to the institution through legal counsel, policy certification, litigation management, legal risk development, and review. The LSO operate with confidence, clarity, and legal soundness. We also ensure quality assurance, monitoring, evaluation, and reporting across the institutional landscape. Through these functions, we uphold standards, track performance, and provide transparent reporting to management, council, and external stakeholders. This enables accountability, continuous improvement, and institutional credibility. Our vision for 2026 for the Strategy, Risk and Advisory Services is to consolidate our role as the institutional engine of intelligence by positioning the portfolio as trusted strategic partner to executive management, academic and professional units, council and external stakeholders. Our work will be guided by interlocking ambitions. Firstly, our mandate is firstly to deepen strategic coherence across the institution to ensure that planning, budgeting, and performance monitoring are tightly aligned with institutional priorities and national higher education imperatives. Every plan must speak to the strategy, and every report must reflect progress towards strategic outcomes with the aligned reporting to Council and the Department of Higher Education and Training by the stipulated deadlines. We will also prepare and analyze data for global benchmarking initiatives, including the Times Higher Education Global Impact Index for 2027. Secondly, we will strengthen data and analytics capability across Unisa by ensuring that data is accessible, reliable, and actively used, particularly efficiencies around student support. The data analytics community of practice will support knowledge sharing, data literacy, and analytics capability across the institution. Thirdly, we will embed a proactive and integrated approach to risk and compliance through risk and awareness on ethical conduct and institutional accountability. Our risk frameworks will anticipate emerging risks, while our compliance oversight will ensure that governance standards are upheld across all our operations. The management approval of the institutional and strategic business continuity plan will ensure that the university is prepared to respond effectively to disruptions and crises. Fourthly, our strengthened quality assurance and robust monitoring and evaluation systems will ensure that performance information is credible, timely, and aligned with national reporting requirements. This will support the institution in achieving the annual performance targets and long-term strategic objectives. Fifthly, legal services will focus on enabling and protecting the core academic mission of the university by providing strategic legal support that ensures continuity of teaching and learning, promotes student success, safeguards research and innovation, and strengthens institutional sustainability. In conclusion, the year ahead calls for discipline, collaboration, and purposeful action. The strategy, risk, and advisory services portfolio will continue to serve as a catalyst for institutional coherence and guardian of governance and compliance, and a provider of strategic intelligence. Together, we will build an institution that is not only resilient and compliant, but also innovative, responsive, and globally competitive. Thank you.
Good day. My name is Firesani Sideko, and I'm the Executive Director of Facilities Management. As the portfolio responsible for operations and facilities, we are proud of the significant strides we have made in 2025 to modernize our infrastructure and strengthen the foundation that enables teaching, learning, and innovation at Unisa. It is my honor to introduce our Vice Principal for Operations and Facilities, Mr. Mashaba, who will share more on the strategic priorities for 2026. Over to you, VP.
Good day, Thobela. Allow me to briefly contextualize the mandate of our portfolio. Mediated quality teaching and learning and enabled infrastructure, the portfolio strives to modernize and maintain the academic space and research infrastructure, digitize operations, improve safety and experience, expand regional footprint, enable third-stream income via commercialization and applied innovation. This mandate of the operation has a strong alignment with institutional pillars on tech-enabled learning, student support, and resourcing the future. Some of the flagship programs in 2026 includes the following: Smart Campus Program, Building Management System, enabled smart buildings, digital twins, energy autonomy, intelligent security, predictive maintenance, and nationwide hybrid learning hubs. We will continue to support the CNA through facilities expansion and regional integration. We will build the university hospital. We will upgrade the newly purchased Unisa Airport, expand the experimental farm, where we will build the vet school, labs, and training hubs. We will focus on the Center of Future Innovations, Technologies, and Transformation, which is better known as CFIT, where we are going to elevate 3D printing, prototyping, logistics printing, commercialization. We will focus on work-integrated learning for STEM and an innovation pipeline targeting significant third stream income revenues. Our key improvements for 2026 are as follows. Energy security and sustainability commission test and operate installed solar systems at Florida, Sunnyside, Muckleneuk. Roll out ESS to regional campuses such as Rustenburg, Durban, Cape Town to protect academic continuity. Advanced academic infrastructure where we'll obtain approvals for the construction of the Unisa Hospital either in the Western Cape or Gauteng Province. Implement marine labs at East London, Durban, Cape Town and Durban. Expand the experimental farm by construction of the vet school, DNA labs and the perimeter fence. In terms of the smart campus, we will continue the Nelspruit campus construction and commence Rustenburg Smart Campus project. We will be renovating the Winnie Madikizela B block and Solomon Matlangu and replace the aging lifts at Over Tambo, Horong and Winnie Madikizela. We will focus on service excellence and skills pipeline by the establishment of Facilities Service Center for Excellence with CSET and the Center of Future Innovations, Technologies and Training CFIT at SMPD. Modernization of security where we will do AI activation on CCTV, expand license recognition and physical security management across regions. As we look ahead to 2026, we are energized by the scale of opportunity before us. We remain focused on excellence in execution, partnerships and innovation to ensure a successful year that advances Unisa's long-term vision. Thank you.
Sure, I think we need to give another hand of applause. Huh? Yeah. And much thanks to the vice principals, the executives, for that journey that will take us in 2026. Dr. Dan Musia said, let's do strategic investments. Colleagues, you know where the strategic investments is going. Prof. Puleng, I must say, after watching all of these videos, some of these vice principals, I have to say, missed their calling in theatre, but I'm extremely grateful they choose higher education. Before we invite the Principal and Vice-Chancellor of the University to the podium, let us once again pause and allow ourselves to lift in song and celebrations again by our own choir, and I'm inviting our choir to enlighten us and lift our spirits before the message of the Vice-Chancellor. To the choir. Colleagues and distinguished guests, every institution has defining moments, moments that shape its direction, moments that call it forward. Today is such a moment, and there is no one more fitting to lead us into that future than the visionary at the helm of this institution. It is now my singular honor and privilege to invite to the podium Professor Pulenkabula, Principal and Vice-Chancellor of the University of South Africa. Professor Puleng.
Let me take the opportunity to thank the program directors, Mayor Liana Joubert, the Deputy Registrar, Student Administration and System Integration at Unisa, and Professor Mampilo Pahlana, the Director, School of Computing, the College of Science, Engineering and Technology, and of course, the 12th language of the country, which is aimed at ensuring that we are universally accessible, not only those of us who can speak, but also who need the sign language interpretation. So Ms. Eula Dunstan, as well as Mr. Jonathan Kebe. Let me acknowledge the Chairperson of Council of the University of South Africa, Dr. Diau Den Musia, and members of Council here present. Let me acknowledge our Chancellor, His Excellency President Beki, who's always with us in person and digitally whenever there are important university events. The executive deans, executive directors, the leadership of the university, the regional directors representing various regional offices present, chairs of departments, representatives from various Unisa statutory epistemic communities, the president of the convocation, Mr. Dabampi, the president of the SRC, and the Secretary General of the SRC, who are both in attendance, Mabilani and Lamini. Let me also acknowledge and welcome an alumnus of this university who is also going to be giving us food for our hearts and our heads, Dr. Winnie Mashaba, acclaimed South African gospel artist who's amongst us. I think you need to give a round of applause. And of course, colleagues, Unisa Choir. Unisa Choir is working at excellence in the best ways that we could have imagined. If you take the video of 2021 and today, Unisa Choir will win any competition, anytime. I want to thank you, Unisa Choir, for the investment you have made to participate in competitions and in proving yourselves to excellence. And I thought, I'm not going to make a long speech because I want to support what my colleagues would have said. But I'd be dishonest to you, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, if I don't make a request to Unisa Choir before I start my speech. There's a beautiful hymn that invites us whenever we start a new season, a new term, a new moment in our lives at personal, but also at a collective level. It says, Tiko Bawo. Can I request that Unisa Choir and all of us, I could have started it, but oh my goodness, I'm not in good stead in that space. But I really would be overjoyed if we could start the year knowing the trajectory of the future is also cradled by the universe, by the Creator, and all that we look up to as the different communities in this university. Can I request, therefore, thank you. I didn't tell them, and I'm hoping that we'll make it. Thank you. Let's join them. Can we join them? We can. Later. Colleagues, I start with elation and with gratitude as I address you. And I am going to be appreciative that my colleagues, the members of MENCOM, have already read to us the actions, activities, strategies that the university is going to undertake. Dumelang, Absheni, Tshwane, Sanbonan, Tabela, Khemore. Good morning. Bonjour. Eteseni. This is for our Ethiopian colleagues. Assalamu alaikum. Jambo. Khotong. In September 2nd, the University of South Africa confirmed my appointment as the Principal and Vice-Chancellor. The university had appointed me in 2020, and I had started the journey as the Principal and Vice-Chancellor on the 5th January 2021. When I joined the university, drove into the campus in the aftermath of COVID-19, the university looked lost. There were no colleagues on campus. The grounds were not cut. The toilets were not flushed. I had to walk in from OR Tambo first floor to 14th floor, just playing on the washrooms to make sure that we flushed out the dirt. This reminded me of the novel by Aikwe Ama, who in a novel, The Beautiful Ones Are Not Yet Born, was bemoaning the fact that in the aftermath of fighting for freedom, for liberation, and from colonialism, many of us Africans, but also others who would have fought oppression, exploitation, and especially colonialism. When we take leadership, sometimes those who had fought or were born out of the struggles of this freedom sometimes negate it, undermine it, undercut it, and take for granted the roles that we have to play. And therefore, what I found here was an invitation to stating that we will work together with anybody and anyone who's committed to ensuring that we don't become the very stereotypes that Aikwe Ama speaks about. The collapse of institutions, the collapse of commitments by the elites to ensure that those who are in the economic margins, those who are poor, are not trampled upon, but are supported to emerging and to thriving in the talents that they bring into society. I pledged myself because the AG, the Auditor General, Metsakane Malulek, had just been appointed as the first woman AG at the Auditor General. And she had said, oh, Puleng, they'll roll the red carpet, they'll welcome you, and it's a significant moment. And she had just said that to me in passing because we had crossed paths after she had been celebrated. I came to Unisa that was not ready to welcome me, but that was willing to push me outside. I came to Unisa where I had to request the VP to come to Winnie Mandela to come and take pictures of ourselves with the former Vice Chancellor. I came to a university that was happy to have the first woman Vice Chancellor, but did not know how to welcome women who can work collectively, but also independently. I came to a university that was somewhat excited to partner with women, but at the same time did not know how to contend with the violence, gender-based violence and femicide, but also with the structural violence that many women contend with in their society. I came to welcome, but also to resistance. I learned that in the journey of life of any leader, the idea is never to focus on those who do not love you, is to focus on the work at hand to ensure that with the collective leadership, the results of any transformation, institutional building, a turnaround, must be supported by the principles that must undergird transformation. As I start the second term with the collective leadership reaffirmed with this opening, I am both grateful to those who did not support me because they helped me to be resilient, focused, wise, attentive, and sometimes even not to be self-preserving. It could have been a major risk, but it is they who helped me to see the wider contradictions of our society. I want to extend my gratitude to those of you who demonstrated care, some of you who whispered, some of you who sent a prayer or a meditation or referred me to the Quran, the Bible, or even to our traditional or religious affirmations, because those words were anchors of resilience, of excellence, and support. So as we start, I'm very grateful to all of you. And I want to take the words of Professor Kubo and the words that were shared to us in the meditation by Dr. Ahmed, who said, excellence and unity are important. So if we started in 2021 and you were not sure about us, I'm sure the results of the university speak for themselves, and you'll be willing to partner with the leadership of this university to have us accomplish even greater heights. So I invite you as Unisa staff, academician, administrative staff, professional, students, alumni, and leaders of our statutory committees to work together with us, precisely because a new academic year always arrives as both a threshold and an invitation. It invites us to begin again with renewed sense of hope, purpose, deeper clarity, as well as revitalized commitment to our students, to our society, and to the best that science delivers in any society, in our economy, politics, ecology, but also in the types of leaders that we produce, the people who graduate from this university. And when they graduate, we know that it is not just in the senior professorate that the students learned from, but it was the collaboration of the cleaner, the laboratory assistant, the Unisa choir, the alumni, and all of us coming together to teach, to mentor, to create citizens that will do the best for themselves as they would for our society. T.S. Eliot, one of the literary icons, says, the last year's words belong to last year's language, and next year's words await another voice. Today, we gather here to find that voice together, to agree as a collective when we open our university that the very sites of excellence and improvements that the portfolio leaders, the vice principals, have talked about are manifested. As we open the university, I am grateful to all of you, to the council, but especially to our students and staff who are doing very well. I recognize when Unisa choir started, they sang a very somber song. They sang it on the back foot of the losses of lives that we would have experienced, but also the effects of the floods that many of our students and their families may have been affected by. Where students in Vaal, Free State, fell into a tragedy and lost lives, and therefore I request in solidarity with that moment of silence and moment of understanding and being in solidarity with them, that we have one moment of silence. Thank you. May we also request that any person at Unisa who may have lost loved ones in this new season, that they also receive our condolences, and may we request their loved ones and their souls to rest in eternal peace. Thank you. Colleagues, we are starting when the matric class of 2025 would have done very well in their studies. Many of them in our country achieved 87.9% in their graduate outputs. This was an increase from 2024. And therefore, we have to be astute and attuned, and to also commend basic education for this important milestone because they work as a feeder to our own university. I want to remind the first year entering students at the University of South Africa to feel more welcome, to know that this is a dynamic academic community and institution, to look for support and to know that all the various portfolios will be available to offer them guidance, accessible resources, responsive support, and will ensure that they enjoy their first time in university. And we pledge that all of us at this university will support them. Welcome, first year entering students. Can you give them a round of applause? But something beautiful is happening at Unisa, not what Trump said about South Africa. Just a week ago, in this hall, the university welcomed 863 academics, adjunct academics, at one time. In a country that is grappling with systems, processes of creating employment, of ensuring that we create graduates who can create own employment and businesses that will go on to succeed. It is heartwarming that our decision as the university to strengthen our academic quality, our research, engage scholarship, forming our students as great citizens that can get employment or create employment anywhere in the world where they are or have access to, including in the teaching and learning, is an important progress, and I'm very heartwarmed, Professor Mahanu, to you and your team, to the colleges that worked hard to ensure that quality adjunct academics are employed by this university to enrich the quality, capacities, capabilities, academic support of our students. In 2025, we declared that we were ready for 2026. And now the colleagues have already given you the plans that we would like to have. But we meet just immediately the day after our own first democratic leader, His Excellency President Mandela, the alumnus of this university, would have been released from prison. He was an alumnus of Unisa. He deserves a round of applause for the work that he would have done to help us all in here and our families to celebrating the democracy whilst we also struggle in how we shape it. Equally, this evening, we will be hearing from our own president, His Excellency President Ramaphosa, around the national plan on how the country plans to ensure that we, the citizens, including institutions of learning, commit to the democratic enrichment and favor, and how we as universities consistently provide knowledge as an important arena for the change, the grammar of change, and the praxis of change in our society. Equally, the mining dabber is taking place. Why is it important for us as Unisa to care about the mining dabber in Cape Town? We care because we have in CSET the School of Mining, which is an anchor for an economy that we know cradled our country, but also created contradictions in the migrant labor system, in also spewing many people outside the work environment, and therefore it's our responsibility to look at how it will work for the future. Why? Because if we think about the Trump tariffs, they're somewhat entwined to the very idea of the mineral resources that may be within our country and that require protecting. And therefore, we as a country and as a university cannot just simply think about this as resources under the ground, but we must think about how scholars such as yourselves and universities such as Unisa, can help our society to advance inclusive growth, innovation, national development, as well as the aspirations of the continent as espoused by Agenda 2063, the Africa we want. Let me also state, in addition to what the colleagues would have stated, that as a university, we have agreed on non-negotiables. So I'll share the non-negotiables and then share the good news. In the non-negotiables, we have said all employees of the university, including ourselves as MENCOM, will invest our time, talent, expertise to the advancement of the university, and we will not allow any one of us to undermine the legislative mandate, the policy demands, the guidelines, but also the important imperative of supporting our students. And therefore, if you are an administrative staff, an academic staff, or professional staff at Unisa, we expect you to do your work so that we don't have difficulties when it's performance assessment moments, when you give yourself 4.1, but would have worked at 3.0 level. We will also ensure that if you have worked at 3.0, we understand why you have not performed as best as we would like to collectively do. We will not start with punitive. We will remedy the situation. But if you are not easy to remedy, we will help you to look for greener pastures elsewhere that do not judge performance. So this is the Riot Act that we request all of us to be attentive to. I think we need a round of applause. After all, we know that you were able to buy Christmas presents, or even in January, not to start with difficulty, because we gave you some sweetener. You didn't have 5,000 in your account. I'm rounding it off. It's not 4,700, it's 5,000. You didn't have it in your pocket. So a round of applause. Unisa is at the center of poverty eradication, not poverty alleviation. Did you hear that? Unisa is at the center of poverty eradication, not poverty. You didn't have to go to Mashonisa. You were smiling all the way. You were the uncle, aunt, mom, dad, sister that everybody was happy to be around because you were not short of bupi or midi or nama. Machankura anali strong. So sustainability is very important, and Professor Mahanu and the CFO, Mr. Stanfleet, will have processes where we do financial education so that you as Unisa students, Unisa academic, Unisa professional, and Unisa administrative staff are not encumbered, especially in an economy that is struggling. But we will do so if you also put your hands on deck for the success of this university, because this is the commitment that we are making. Secondly, we've made the commitment as the university that we need to have at least 2,000 academics with PhD. And therefore, the recruitment of academics from now on will ensure that we start with a PhD, because the adjunct academics themselves have their master's degree and PhDs. It therefore means, colleagues, even if you are complaining in your mouth, if you have been at Unisa for over 10 years and have not taken advantage of the academic study opportunities, all of us must take these opportunities and make the most out of them. So if you're an academic with a master's, we encourage you to immediately enroll for your PhD and ensure that you strengthen your competitive edge. Did you hear that? But if you're in the administration and professional environment, if you have a matric, please register for your diploma. If you have a diploma, please ensure that you get your degree. And if you have a degree, please ensure that you pursue your postgraduate diploma honors, and if you have them, your master's and your PhD, because the progress that Unisa is making requires competitive academic staff, professional staff, and administrative staff. After all, we have a scholarship program as the university that doesn't only support you as our employees, but also even your own children. So if you don't take advantage of it and think you will organize and have a picket, please, it won't work. No, we have to say this with honesty so that when you go back, you understand. We say this because we are aware that universities, science councils, companies are retrenching people. And yet, upskilling and reskilling of many of the citizens that need to be active in the economy is an important imperative. And therefore, we're not going to be a university that will be agile if there's no passion and no commitment for constant improvement. And therefore, we encourage you, if you didn't read an article, a newspaper, a book last month, at least we are still at the start of February. We can start together. We will have each month a book that we will read together, a book that we will debate, and a book that will ensure that as an epistemic community, we reflect with one another. Precisely because, as we have been told by our alumnus and alumni, whether President Mandela, whether President Beki, or President Ramaphosa, that education is the center of the economy. Without it, we cannot be a competitive country. And Unisa must demonstrate that because we have the capacity, the capability, and we all love one another to ensure that we encourage and nudge each other for excellence and for success. So I pledge to be part of the community that ensures that we work together to ensure that we upskill ourselves, we reskill, we look for opportunities for our staff anywhere in the university, outside the university, and anywhere in the world, so that our competitiveness as a university and improvements are even more than what we have registered this past year or the last 5 years. The third aspect, we are saying, if you don't have a passport and have only known how to go to Joburg, North, and you work at Unisa, which gives many opportunities, please ensure that you also try to understand the region so that for our science diplomacy and the many students that we serve everywhere in the world, you serve them understanding their cultural, political, knowledge vantage points that make you to help them well. We are not saying academic safari or holidays. We are saying support for our students to strengthen our commitment. The other non-negotiable that we have said is very important for all of us as Unisans is first and foremost to remember that we are Africans. We don't say when we cross Limpopo, hey, Batwa Africa. Because where are we? We are in South Africa. So the discourse, the sciences, the civilizations of transformation, whether digital, language, and otherwise, must be at the center of knowing that the primacy of supporting South Africa, the continent, and expressing the best of these environments in the world are prioritized. So we will be African. We will be global. We will ensure that the best of Africa's knowledges and the global worlds are expressed within our university, and therefore we will invest in African languages as languages of science, not just talking to one another or singing in our languages. They must be the languages of teaching, the languages of transformation, and the languages of success. And therefore, we're quite appreciative of this. We are also saying, Menakene said, we are establishing digital academies. Digital academies are us partnering with technological companies to ensure that we accelerate the technological competencies of our students, our staff, and those of you who have interests that will serve this university better. We have been training many colleagues in administrative, professional, and academic arena in drone capabilities and encouraging them to getting licenses. I think, Chair, I should negotiate. I don't know any university in the continent that owns an airport. Perhaps like my predecessor, not Professor Makanya, but before, who has Bani Pitiana building at Florida campus, that we should name the airport Pulenglinkabula. I'm joking. In this context, we are proud that Unisa is doing very well. We are not just talking about the advancements, we are realizing them. We have recommitted ourselves, as requested by the presidency and our government, that Unisa will be the hub for quantum computing. And therefore, the first quantum computer in the country and in higher education must be found in this institution. That's the commitment into 2026. We are recommitting ourselves that the infrastructures that are associated with the catalytic niche areas will be enhanced and will be accelerated with speed, not amoebic-like approach. And therefore, as the Vice Principal Operations and Facilities would have stated, infrastructures enable research. Laboratories help us to be competitive. The confluence of infrastructure, physical and digital, become even important competitive anchors for our universities, and therefore these are the areas that we are going to ensure that we do, and we do fast, as we are required by our council, as it is the foremost academic statutory environment, the Senate. We look forward to the rollout of these important arenas that will help our students and yourselves, colleagues, we who put our hands on deck or on the soils to help this university succeed. So I'm very appreciative. Please join me in thanking the Management Committee for their robust work that has also come about after our Lekgotla, which is about accelerating and propelling Unisa 2026-2030 strategy. Can I request that you give them a round of applause? In these outcomes that I've already shared, we will see decisive leadership. We will see visible actions. We will have consequences, actions, positive and negative. We will not be shy or afraid to take constructive decisions that are necessary to propelling our university. We will also listen, because we are a listening management. We will listen, but in the words of one of our kings, The young people call him Bayede Dog. But the king said, you should listen. You should listen. But if it's nonsense, you should not act on nonsense. If it's constructive, you should apologize where you were wrong, but you should act on what has to be acted upon. This is the spirit that we bring to the table. If it's constructive, if it is building, if it helps Unisa to thrive, we will definitely be agile with our listening. If it's not constructive, if it's death dealing, if it doesn't enhance the science, we apologize. We will close our ears and our hearts. You heard us. Colleagues? Why is it important that the management is a listening management? It's precisely because the management is not the only brain trust of any institution. It is our collaborative efforts as distinct epistemic communities to bring to the table the pearls of wisdom, the insights, the research-led approaches that help us to improve the university, to make sure that the plans, even if they're good, or if our intentions are good, we should make sure that the execution becomes even more important. And therefore, that's why it's important for us that we are always consulting with you in various arenas, because we want to enrich and improve our university as we would want it to be the best amongst the university system. Professor Ngwepe reminded you that we have improved as a university in the last year from our research, from being below 10 over the years to now being top amongst the 5th universities in the country. I think this deserves a round of applause. It tells us that our academics are not demoralized. They feel valued. It tells us that our administrative and professional staff see themselves as partners in ensuring excellence. And I'm very honored and privileged to working with all of you in ensuring that we have these improvements. We also have said in this year and last year, according to the National Research Foundation rated academics, for the first time, Unisa has registered 320 rated academics. And colleagues, unfortunately, my device has died, giving an indication that I should stop. However, which is a good point. However, I wanted to finish with a very important quote, that which comes from a philosopher like me, but who is not by me, it's like me, who has gone on, thank you, to use his responsibilities, location, to ensure that societies are supported by institutions. Even tried to stand as a president, knowing that he couldn't be a president, that he wasn't going to be elected as a president, but ensuring that the message of education, of being attentive to the poor, of ensuring that education is a resource and a tool that transforms society becomes important. And colleagues, as part of this, I want to really reaffirm the words of Colonel Wurst and his invitation that even in the most difficult of times, it may not be the most difficult of times for Unisa. Safe to say, don't worry about your so-called Save Unisa and whatever. We're not bothered about campaigns to come and undercut or undermine Unisa. Some of those people are in here to come and see whether we are succeeding. We will succeed as Unisa. We will not be derailed by thuggish behavior that tries to dumb down the progress that this council, that this Senate, the Institutional Forum, the Student Representative Council, and all of us as Unisa have been building. Nobody will take away that the University of South Africa is top 5 in the country. It wasn't. Nobody will take away the fact that we have 320 academics that are rated, and we have many more that are standing on the pathway to becoming rated. Nobody will take away that when people are retrenching, this university is ensuring that is a partner to our government to giving employability and opportunities to talented citizens of this country. Nobody will take away that this council agreed in 2021 to the diversification of our investments, and at a time when this university, Professor Mahanu Solomon, makes a very profound statement. He says, in 147 years of Unisa, Unisa only had 7.8 million. In 5 years, Unisa has doubled, tripled that into 24.9 billion. These are the successes that must not be hidden, because the collective management and the council has worked hard to ensure that this university becomes a tower of excellence and consistently aspires to improving. In this country, no university takes 188,000 students who come from poor backgrounds, who are committed, who discharge academics, professionals, and administrative staff to say we will work hard, that when these students graduate from these universities, they will forget poverty. They will be anchors and agents of change for their families and their societies. Equally, we recognize those who are able to pay for their fees of hard work, the missing middle, and others who either prioritize their education, the self-paying students. Almost 400 students who register in this university, they are our primary asset, and we must ensure that we support them. And therefore, colleagues, in celebration as we start does not mean we shouldn't improve. We shouldn't be complacent. We shouldn't say because we can give not statistics, but factual information around how the university is improving, then sit and wallow in glory. There's fervent competition. Other universities have just registered 30,000 students. They were not using open distance learning. If we don't work hard, we will have to retrench. We don't want to go there. So all of us must work hard. Other universities are being started. If you read your newspapers, you'll hear that there's a new private university that's being started in Sandton. If you don't work hard, they will eat you out, and you will not have a job. So for us, not because of self-interest, but because it's the right thing to do, we have to manage performance, productivity, excellence, and the future that we must hold together. And Cornel West says, in these downbeat times, we need as much hope and courage as we do vision and analysis. We must accent the best of each other, even as we point out the vicious effects of our racial divide and the pernicious consequences of our maldistribution of wealth and power. We simply cannot enter into the next year, into the future, or into the 21st century at each other's throats, even as we acknowledge the weighty forces of racism, patriarchy, economic inequality, homophobia, and ecological abuse or disability abuse on our necks. We are at a crucial crossroads in the history of this institution, nation, and continent. We either hang together by combating the negative forces that divide and degrade us or our institution if we hang separately. But if we unite, we will be able to accomplish and claim the future. Do we have the intelligence, humor, imagination, courage, tolerance, love, respect, and the will to meet the challenges that University of South Africa has set for ourselves for 2026? Time will tell. None of us alone can make a positive difference if we work by ourselves. But if we work together, and if each one of us makes a positive difference, if we commit ourselves to the reclamation of the future through Unisa and its catalytic niche areas, its science, its engaged scholarship, its research, innovation, and postgraduate support, its teaching and learning, but also in the desire that we are proud of our graduates, I am inspired that we at Unisa will do well. Welcome to Unisa, the home of leaders, the university committed to shaping futures, the University of the Land. Thank you very much. We start with joy.
Colleagues, I believe that deserves another hand of applause, just the way Unisa can do that. If you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. Reclaiming Africa's intellectual futures is not a sprint. It is a generational journey. We now have the direction. Let us walk it together into the next 150 years and beyond. I have a little surprise. You wait for it. Professor Bibi Senekwane, may I kindly ask that you join me on the podium? And in the same time, I would like to ask our Principal and Vice Chancellor, Professor Puleng Kabula, and Dr. Dan Musia to join us on the podium, or at the podium, maybe not on the podium.
Thank you very much. Chair, I think you can come this side. Just stand next to the VC. Thank you very much. We are going to allow the Chairperson of Council with the Council Collective to hand over this bouquet. VC. Just to explain why are we doing this. You've been here since 2021 to 2025. And this is just a small token of appreciation for the contributions that we've done to Unisa so far. So I'm going to explain maybe the rationale behind the chorus, Tiko Bao, Genanati, and I'm going just to start first by wanting to be theologically correct. Yeah, you can assist there. I think the load is heavier. VC, once upon a time I was a student of undergraduate and theology at Unisa, and a student of Chair and VC, don't go anywhere. I've not released you. With the powers vested in me, you can remain here. I'm just going to explain the rationale behind the chorus, Tikoba, or why the selection. And in fact, you know what you did, VC? You now surprised us when we wanted to surprise you. You now started the song that we are supposed to sing now. So we didn't know what to do. But just to problematize the hymn or the song or the chorus deliberately, when I was a student of honors and undergraduate in theology, we once crossed paths. And you said, no, he, or she. Usually, I was shocked today that you went for this song, Tiko Bao, instead of going for Mudimumme. But I guess I want to understand what you wanted to say. But in these 5 years that will be going, I don't want to talk a lot about what has happened in the past 5 years. In 2020, when the Council of the University decided to appoint you as a Principal and Vice-Chancellor, it is because they had a view that you are the rightful candidate to take Unisa where we see it today. And it is where the Council thought. Now, in the next coming 5 years, singing the same song with theological or epistemological crisis, we read it together with Isaiah 43, verse 2. When you pass through the waters, I will be with you, and through the rivers, they shall not overwhelm you. When you walk through the fire, you shall not be burned, and the flame shall not consume you. With those few words, I'm going to invite the Principal and Vice-Chancellor, members of Council, and the MENCOM collective to flank the VC while she'll be cutting the cake, just to say thank you to you, VC, for the past 5 years. We are where we are because of you and your collective. Thank you very much. We are going to request that they take a group photo before they disperse. Yeah. We are asking for a group picture, MENCOM council members with the VC, please, immediately now, so that we are able to proceed with the program.
So that was now a piece of cake, ne? All right. So what a powerful morning and part of the program this was this morning. Vision, music, reflections, and celebrations. So on that note, it is now my pleasure to hand over to my esteemed co-program director, Professor Tshwane, Director of the School of Computing in the College of Science, Engineering and Technology. Professor Tshwane, the stage is yours.
Thank you so much, Program Director. What a beautiful moment to witness. Prof. Linkabula, I hope that we can be able to eat that cake during lunchtime. Good day, colleagues and distinguished guests. Before I thank our Vice Principal, let me start by introducing myself. My name is Mampilo Magdalene Pahlane, Serato Kipijadi. Kislogolo sa Bakoni. Bakoni ba ntshi dikgolo. Ba re maphahlana tswang bolobi ga raganyana hlabirwa. Bolobi go roba ditaba. Bolobi a re go bone ra go fala leja. Re bua ga thabana tše pedi go ratana go etelana. Re bua sepitse le pitsana, sepitse se rule ntaka ya kgomo. Age. I stand on the protocol established by those who came before me, my co-captain of the day, Ms. Liana Joubert, Dr. Musia, our Chairperson of Council, and our Vice Chancellor. Thank you so much for the first half of the program. As we enter into the second half, I would like to also thank our Vice Chancellor for the insightful opening address, and I'm going to also present the excellent performance hours. I also request that Professor Linkabula, our Vice Chancellor, Dr. Chibase, and Dr. Musia come on stage. This is to present the Excellent Performance Award for the portfolio of teaching, learning, community engagement, and student support. The candidate, Professor Miahabo Merano, please come on stage. The candidate achieved a major governance milestone by securing council approval for the Cordell policy, will policy, and will insurance cover. The candidate also coordinated the International Teaching and Learning Conference, resulting in submissions to DBE and DHEAD on maths and science teaching inventions. A round of applause for the candidate, please. The next candidate, Dr. Nikki Jano, please come on stage. The candidate ensured adherence to statutory governance by coordinating all college committee meetings, developed tools to monitor college and departmental operational plans feeding into the institutional plan, improving portfolio performance. Dr. Chiwase, as you are presenting the awards, you can return to your seat. The next category of awards from the portfolio of institutional development, I invite Professor Marano to step up on stage and to hand over awards to the recipients. The candidate, Ms. Ashifari Mavungu, please step on stage. The candidate received an award for exceptional performance in supporting the academic project through timely appointments of academic and support staff. She demonstrated proactiveness, agility, efficiency, and adherence to deadlines, especially in senior management appointments. The next candidate, Mr. Martinus van Greyning, please step up on the stage. The candidate was pivotal in implementing the new Unisa website, translated design concept into modern user-friendly interface, shows strong innovation and ongoing self-development, significantly improving Unisa's digital identity. Congratulations to the recipients of the awards. Thank you, Prof. Mahano, for presenting the awards. You can return to your seat. I now request the next portfolio awards, which is Portfolio Information and Communications Technology. I invite Mrs. Nagene Mgingi to step on stage and hand over each award to the recipients. The next category of awards, we will do that one last, is the awards from the portfolio of strategy, risk, and advisory services. I invite Dr. Molabo to step on stage and hand over awards to the recipients. The candidate, Dr. Matlajo Mlambo, please step on stage. The candidate has demonstrated exceptional leadership in institutional research, generating critical insights, particularly on student satisfaction and key student challenges that continue to inform and strengthen evidence-based decision-making across the university. The next candidate, Mr. Ephraim Lijo. The candidate is nominated for outstanding contribution in development of the automation of compliance, risk, and business continuity management systems. He is a well-rounded compliance officer in terms of compliance skills and the technical know-how of how automation process work, which is a rare skill and contributes towards further development. Congratulations to the recipients of the award. Thank you, Dr. Mulabo. I now introduce the next category of awards from the portfolio of research, postgraduate studies, innovation, and commercialization. I ask Professor Ngwebe to step up on stage to hand over awards to the recipients. The candidate, Lufuno Hamedi. The candidate demonstrated exceptional performance during the period of 2025, consistently exceeding expectations across archival processing, digitalization, preparation. Did you hear that, colleagues? Her achievement is underlined by major outputs in arrangement, description, and preservation, and preparing for several archival groups for digitization, including, listen to this one, the Huma Sikela collection, Maishe Maponya, Chief Mangosuthu Jibu Telezi, Hesse collection, and the Sanava collection, ensuring that Unisa's high-value archival holdings are digitally ready and positioned for enhanced access and preservation. The next candidate, Dr. Rieta Fisachi, please come on stage. The candidate has demonstrated outstanding contribution to strengthening research integrity and management at Unisa across the region. She led significant institutional advancement, including the digitization of research ethics processes, the development of the academic integrity policy for responsible AI use, and the pioneering of the institutional research ethics capacity strengthening program, which trained over 5,000 academics and students in 2025. Her leadership was instrumental in Unisa winning the prestigious 2025 Sarima Organizational Research Excellence Award. I am not done, Dr. Fisari. You still have more. As a project lead for the Sarima Capacity Strengthening Project, she made significant contributions to improved grants management, financial governance, and research management visibility. Congratulations, colleagues. She also received the Platinum Award, as it's called. Thank you, Professor Ngwebe, for presenting the awards. For the next portfolio of finance and business enterprise, can I please have Mr. Stanfleet on the stage to hand over the awards to the recipient? continue with the... Okay. Candidate Mr. Victor Oliveira, please step on stage. The candidate has received Staff Excellence Awards and is a member of the Revenue and Treasury Management Directorate. Congratulations. The next candidate, Mr. Fumulani Netanani. Okay, you received the oh yes, so everybody agrees. The candidate has achieved Staff Excellence Awards and is a member of the Expenditure and Asset Management Directorate. I now call on the Portfolio of Operations and Facilities, Mr. Mutebele, to step up on stage and hand over the awards to the recipients. Candidate Mr. Johannes Bupape is in absentia. The next candidate is Mr. Senti Sirola. I invite the candidate to the stage. Truly, this is a university that eradicates poverty, truly. The candidate is awarded for being a qualified high-voltage electrician and always rescue the university regardless of location, and he trains other colleagues' services. The next candidate, Ms. Dinah Sambo. You're famous. The candidate is awarded for the excellent cleaning services. The next candidate, Ms. Busi Vilagazi. The candidate is awarded for the excellent cleaning services. Congratulations to the candidates. Thank you, Mr. Mutebele, for presenting the award. I now ask the portfolio of the Registrar, Professor Sepota, to step on stage and hand over awards to these recipients. Candidate, Ms. Bronwyn Wright. In absentia, the candidate has published in a... Okay. Or she is in Cape Town. She joined online from the Western Cape region. Okay. The director of the region can come the come and represent the candidate. The candidate has published in a DHED accredited journal and supervises a master's student. She demonstrates commitment to academic excellence and postgraduate development. Congratulations to the recipients of the awards. Mr. Gabriel Mafuko from the Registrar's office. The candidate is awarded for excellence in student support. Thank you, Professor Seputa. I now invite Mrs. Nakene to present the awards for the portfolio of, let me just, for the portfolio of, where is it? Information and Communication Technology. Candidate Jani Sono, Japi Sono, please step up on stage. The candidate is acknowledged for enabling the academic project and consistently providing excellent student support and experience. Candidate Ms. Lizzie Masipa, in absentia. The candidate drove cybersecurity education training and awareness for staff and students, built collaborative relationships with colleges to strengthen cybersecurity culture. Congratulations to all the recipients of the awards. I would like to thank Dr. Musia, Professor Lingabula, Professor Sebota, and everybody else for presenting the awards. You can return to your seats. I think for most of us can say that this is the moment that we've been waiting for the whole day, besides our Vice Chancellor's address, of course. I now call Dr. Winnie Mashaba on stage.
Omohau wamotimo kikwatsa kaka ikabau ufimulomo onga ubu Vela naisali umpihlela kimaketsi omuhau amodi kikweza ikawa ufimulomo ikawa ufimulomo Chifela, Chifela, I sali uchifela, mohau, mohau, Chifela, na isali. Khotsebele lena ke rata wena Jesu kgoši yaka ke thabela ba go nthela ba re ke tle mo le nna ke tlo o hlatsela mabothaga matete a modimo. I'm very much honored and privileged. Thank you so much for having me. Ke rata wena Jesu. Love you too. Zululana. Githanda wena. Githanda wena. Kosu Jesu. Mina nyagu. Anizwa. Githanda wena. Kosu Jesu. Mina nyaguta. Bakona bakayino. Ziranza wena. Kosi Yesu. Zakuranza mina. Ziranza wena. Ziranza wena. Ziranza wena. Kosi Yesu. Ina. Nifuna mone. Nifuna mone. Kosi Yesu. Nenda wefuna. Que son las coronas a ganar el grito. Pues yo fuera. A Oh, sí, Lerato ke ntho e kgolo. Lerato le pipa bošaedi. Lerato ke ntho e kgolo. Ene ke thabela gore lerato le covera ditumelo ka moka. Le lerato le fang Brenda Winnie Mashaba. Ke a le thabela. Jwale ereki go bala ba go worshipa jwale le gona ma worshipers lerato ke ntho ye kgolo lerato 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 ke ntho ye kgolo lerato kintoye gulu. Nna moredi ya Sione ke re ka modimo ka mpolokela lena go be shebe maphelong a lena ke re modimo a re tsebe re tlo go leboga kang a re tsebe Jehova re tlo go leboga kang sa Paparona ritsepilewe arina gauteli silivere aritsibi dichiwana dikaule bugaka yo nana yo nana yo nana ritsepilewe yo nana Thank you.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah. I don't know about you, but I definitely caught the Holy Spirit. Amen. Can I just, you are right, thank you so much for that. Can I just request a last song with Unisa Choir as well? On stage. With Dr. Mashaba, please, and the band. While we wait for the choir to come on stage, let me acknowledge the epistemic stakeholder video that was supposed to play from the following stakeholders. The message was supposed to be from the Institutional Forum Chairperson, NSRC President, APSA Chairperson, NEHAU Deputy Chairperson, Black Forum Secretary General, Convocation President, and Women's Forum Chairperson. The video will be available on all Unisa platforms. Somebody's phone?
Modimo alite hayo matata Modimo alite hayo matata hayo matata hayo ukololo mi nonyungana lo ilubabe Kinalimili pilulimoya Tetletona 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 Thank you so much.
Thank you, Unisa Choir. Thank you, Dr. Mashaba and the band for the music. A round of applause once again. I would now call Professor Seputa to deliver the vote of thanks and closure.
Ke a leboga, Program Director. Honorable guests, colleagues, friends in the hall, and those joining us visually, good afternoon to you all. It is great pleasure to deliver the vote of thanks at the official opening of our 2026 academic year. On behalf of our Chancellor, our Chair of Council, and our Principal, I would like to extend a warm greeting and sincere appreciation to all of you. We have seen outstanding program direction from my two colleagues, Ms. Liana Jube and Professor Tshwane. We are grateful for the good job that you have done, and we want to thank you wholeheartedly. VC, you know, we have got permanent program directors these days. And we also like to thank our sign language interpreters, Ms. Dunstan and Mr. Kebe. We really appreciate the good work that you have rendered this afternoon. For guiding us into a calm, focused, and reflective space this morning, we are grateful to Dr. Ahmed and Professor Ko. You know, their invocation helped center our attention, fortified a sense of calmness, togetherness, and prepared us for the day. Thank you so much. Lekamoso. Thanks to the Unisa Choir. You are always there for us, and we always enjoy listening to your music. Thank you so much for your performance this morning, and we also like to acknowledge our pianist, Dr. Isabel van Rensbeck, for her music accompaniment, especially during the academic procession. Our guest and acclaimed gospel artist, Dr. Winnie Mashaba, and your team, you delighted us and animated the room. Thank you for bringing such joyful energy. Re re go wena morwedi ya Sione, re maketse fela mara Modimo a re bolokele wena. Thanks and appreciations go to our Chancellor, His Excellency President Thabo Mbeki, albeit in absentia. We are aware that he's always with us when time permits. His wisdom and leadership engraved in our institutional memory, and we thank him sincerely. To our able Chairperson of Council, Dr. Dan Musia, and esteemed members of Council, I extend a sincere word of appreciation for your steadfast oversight, for your principled leadership, and unwavering commitment during challenging times. We don't take that for granted. We appreciate you and know that your leadership has provided stability and direction to this institution, even under difficult circumstances. Dr. Msia, your warm welcome has set a gracious and purposeful tone for today's proceedings. I know you are always with us, and again, we don't take that for granted. Thank you, Dr. Msia. To my colleagues, visitors, and the entire Unisa community, my colleagues on stage here, and all those that would have loved to be with us here, thank you for not just being present, but for your visible commitment to hearing, reflecting, and acting on the work we began in 2025. You heard the marching orders from our Chair of Council, as well as from our Principal and Vice Chancellor. And we are saying your engagement fuels the intellectual energy of the university. You are the volcano of activity that propels Unisa forward. Thanks so much for your attendance and absorption of the plans. Guests and visitors are always welcome at Unisa. That is why our gates are always big and wide. We thank you for supporting us always, and I promise you our gates will remain forever open for you. Whenever you feel like coming, you are more than welcome. And keep on coming and share in our delight as we walk briskly into the future as a university. Professors Magano and Mwepe, Drs. Mulapo and Shivase, Mrs. Nakeni, and Mr. Smutebele and Stanfleet, thank you for your rigorous and inspiring presentations on the 2026 portfolio focus areas. Your work gives us a clear choreography for collective action, and we know our individual performance agreements align with the institution's greater rhythm. Let us remember the African adage, Mpsiri uti haole. I'm told this is a Congolese proverb as well, where they say a single bracelet does not jingle. Thank you for working together. I want to also thank contributions. We are told they did not have an opportunity to present, but you can find those contributions on YouTube. Let's thank contributions from our Unisa statutory and epistemic leaders, Professors Magano and Mbata, Ms. Tabete and Mr. Mabilani, Masakona, Bomoi, and Dabampe, for the messages that I know you left, and I know all messages are practical and visionary. Such leadership helps remove obstacles on our way to success. With people like you around us, Unisa will go very far, and we are grateful. Thank you to the Department of Institutional Advancement led by Professor Snokwani and the team behind the quality visual presentations. Your professionalism ensured seamless participation and made this hybrid highly possible. Thank you to the Excellence Awards recipients for reminding us that it is possible to reach the highest levels of acknowledged performance in a student-centered mega university. I would like to say to all colleagues here, you heard the VC talked about managing performance. Unfortunately, Prof. Mashaba, not that one. Managing productivity and managing the future. And I can assure you that no one is going to help you to look for green pastures. Green pastures are here. And I want to say to you, the VC again talked about the quantum computing. Next year, all of you are going to get Excellence Awards for that quantum computing. VC, thank you very much for your official opening address. You know, you'll always deliver it the only way Professor Lengabula can do it, and we are grateful for that. You gave us such a powerful, reflective, and forward-looking address, assessing our progress, candidly confronting missed opportunities, and giving us direction. Thank you, VC. We thank you for your leadership. We thank you for your vision. And as we take up the theme, Reclaiming Africa's Intellectual Futures into the next 150 years and beyond, let us move forward energized, disciplined, and united in purpose. I'm confident that 2026 will be a year which Unisa demonstrates the best of our collective strength. Thank you all for your attendance. Thank you all for your contributions. Thank you all for your commitment. Let us please go forth and make this year count. I thank you.
Thank you, Professor Seputa, for the closing message. Our refreshment areas are as follows. Procession members will have refreshments at Mpebato and Philadelphia. Based on the provided armbands, all staff members will have lunch at exam halls 1 and 2. And I wish everyone a successful 2026. Please remain standing as the academic procession leaves the hall.